Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here as we're going to kick off our junior show activities here. In our South Ring, we're starting our senior showmanship. North Ring will be starting our intermediate showmanship. We've been recognizing sponsors all week here at the Cattlemen's Classic, and there's another sponsor that has been here all 31 years. They're the voice on the radio that communicates to cattlemen all over, and it's truly my honor to recognize KRVN Radio and your official MC today, Miss Susan Littlefield.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and we welcome you. This is going to be fun because these kids, showmanship to me is the pinnacle of all showing. They can take anybody out there and make them look good. These kids are going to work hard. These seniors, as you see, are entering the South Ring, and the intermediates will be the ones entering the North Ring this afternoon. This is Class 1 of Senior Showman. Brandon Callis is our judge in the South Ring. He is from Oklahoma. He's at Redlands Community College. By the way, a very successful judging team and a successful coach at that, but he and his wife have a big passion when it comes to this cattle industry.
You know, Susan hit the nail on the head when she said the showmanship is the funnest division. It's a division that's very near and dear to my heart, too, because this is all about the kids. We're checking out their talent, how they're working with their animals. And on the south side of the ring is we're doing our first class of senior showmanship. Want to point out this is the Weaver show ring on the south side. And those of you guys remember the senior showmanship is the Tyler Bennett Memorial Showmanship here at the Classic. And the Bennett family has very graciously sponsored this show box that will be awarded to the champion senior showman. They've got a cooler for the reserve senior showman. We've got a traveling trophy, and if you guys are seniors and you want to take some senior pictures with the trophy, I'll let you take pictures with it. Otherwise, it does stay at the Classic office. So a great opportunity here to recognize a young man that was extremely passionate about showmanship.
And as you can see, we are underway in the north side of the ring. This is our intermediate showmanship class. This is class 1. Krisha Gefford is our judge today. She is from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, judged at Butler and CSU, owns and operates a cattle company with her husband, and they work to show feed specialist for ADM.
Good afternoon. Again, good to be back this afternoon and work through the showmanship here. Again, just to explain a little bit of what I do. I was considered myself a competitive person when I was these kids' age, and so I like to go through and tell them exactly why they might not get to come back for the final. And again, you kids are seniors. If what you're doing works for you, you keep doing it. That's just things I saw today. I thought that maybe kept you from advancing like these three are going to advance to our finals here. But a really, really solid group here. Let's give them a big round of applause. We'll move on to our next one.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here today to work with your kids in showmanship and evaluate the show tomorrow. And keeping that in mind, I know that Brandon and I will both agree that we're going to work through these a little bit quick, just in respect for the fact that you still have to show tomorrow, but yet work with the kids. And I am going to echo his sentiments. It's important to me to give feedback on why maybe you didn't end up over here. All of you have done an excellent job. Cattle are very well trained and have worked well with the kids. I'll keep up this same pattern as we work through the intermediates. I'm going to pull a couple, depending on how deep that heat is. We'll reward the rest of them with a round of applause on their way out and then work through the individuals we have back. Let's give them a big round of applause as they head on out.
So over in the Sullivan ring, that is our north ring, and our intermediate out of class 1 coming back will be Brody Weezy and Colton Croker. And in the South Ring, our Weavers Show ring coming back will be Abby Stahlbaumer, Bailey Zetlick, and Isabel Ruda.
Again, as we work through this heat, I appreciate each and every one of you's effort out here. Let's reward them with a big round of applause as they head on out.
In our intermediate showmen coming back to the Sullivan Arena for the final drive of intermediate showmen out of Class 2 will be Keisha Elber and Kira Bremer. Entering the ring now will be Class 3 on the north side. This is Class 3 of 13.
Once again, good heat here. Don't want to sound like a broken record and or give too much away to those that are coming back here. But again, done a really, really nice job. And I told the young lady with the Hereford, I had her over here for the longest time, but there was just something her and I probably are going to disagree on and how she was showing that heifer, and just becomes a little more personal preference out here as well. So again, put your hands together. Another very, very strong heat. We'll bring these three back here for our final, but a really strong heat of seniors.
In the Weaver Show ring coming back out of Class 2 will be J.C. Wolfinger, Jaylee Halstead, and Cassie Meyer. Entering now is Class 3. This is Class 3 of 10 of our senior showmen. If anybody in the audience knows Ty Ostendorf, or if he is sitting ringside, if he could come to the announcer's stand, please.
Again, a very nice group of showmen over here, and I certainly don't want any of you to get discouraged. These cattle are very young in their career, and that becomes challenging as we come out into the ring the first time. So be patient with them, and hopefully this experience today will make it easier for tomorrow as well. But let's reward them with a big round of applause for their hard work as we excuse those on the rail.
And coming back to our north ring in the Sullivan's ring for the intermediate showmen will be Sarah Aylard and Tristan Cisco.
Another very strong heat, particularly here all the way through, honestly. Just a good set of them here, and a couple more you could probably justify pulling over. But again, you got to make that line somewhere. Young lady here with the gray heifer, she's probably as good as far as poise and presence as anybody out here. Her partner just didn't want to dance with her the correct way today. And so really a good set of them here. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Another strong heat of seniors.
And coming back to our south show ring, the Weaver show ring, coming out of class 3 will be Sydney Allard, Avery Krause, and Rachel Smith. We'll be bringing in Class 4 here momentarily.
Again, another very nice group over here in the intermediates, and all of you should be commended for putting in the effort to come out for showmanship. Some cattle that maybe just haven't got there in terms of wanting to lead yet, or just aren't as comfortable in their surrounding. One of those things that will get better with more repetition, but let's put our hands together in recognition for their hard work.
And in your Sullivan ring, coming back for the semifinals out of Class 4 will be AJ Pospiskal and Cade Stratman. Do note there will be semifinals out of the North Show ring for the intermediates after class number 7.
Another good group here, and honestly, I think several of them, once these cattle kind of settled in, are doing a pretty nice job. And again, I like to try to let you fight through that adversity and see what comes out here. But I also want to be fair, and to me, these two survived the musical chairs we had going probably the best, and kept them locked in, and probably got them there just a little quicker than the rest of you. So if you didn't come over here and feel like you did a good job, I'm not saying you didn't. These two was just a little quicker to the trigger and getting those things in line and on point and kind of leaving them there, and had the good fortune of having that in this big class here. But again, let's give them a big round of applause. Good group here.
Coming back now to the Weaver Show Ring for the semifinals out of Class 4 will be Baron Strope and J.C. Schomburg. Again, we will be doing semifinals after Class 5, and Class 5 will be entering the ring here momentarily.
Want to remind everybody to make sure you go to the picture backdrop and get your picture taken. Want to thank Heidi and Charles Anderson with Legacy Livestock Imaging. We appreciate them being here at the Classic all week. You'll be able to find their pictures on Legacy Livestock Imaging. You know, Susan, I don't know if you had a hard time finding somewhere to park out in the parking lot, but these juniors have had a hard time finding somewhere to park in the barn. It's pretty exciting. We've got record number of junior entries, and as you can tell, busting at the seams everywhere. And I kind of been teasing some fair board members around. We need a little more space. Want to keep adding and bringing more opportunities to the juniors here at the Classic, and really appreciate parents' patience as trying to get everything moved in, moved out, find a spot in all the chaos, but that's a good problem to have.
It's an excellent problem. You know, I think too, Ronette, in the day and age that we're in, where kids are more excited about what they see on their phones than what they see amongst them, I have not seen, and this commends all the youth, I've seen kids on their phones, but I've seen more face-to-face communication between these kids, not only between their peers, but with the adults as well and exhibitors as well, and they're just excited to be here. And what a great place to spend a weekend.
It is, and that's kind of what we've been talking about all week, the coming together in one location.
Certainly don't want to give too much away as we have the finale in this heat, and first of all, the second cut in the first 7 classes. So I individually visited with the exhibitors on maybe things we can do to improve on next time, but appreciate their hard work out here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Again, we will have semifinals for the intermediates after Class 7. Coming back from representing Class 5 will be Conrad Kaminsky, Cooper Lindstrom, and Haley Minnick.
another good set of them here. Again, gets a little more competitive every time. Trying not to be too picky, but at the same time, trying to get things as good and correct as we can. And just probably with this group, it was consistency of how they set those cattle. These three here, almost every time they were set the same way for what those cattle needed to be fixed on. They did a nice job of that. So again, let's give this heat a nice round of applause. We'll move on to our semis.
And coming back right now for semifinals out of Class 5 will include Lacey Schmidt, Spencer Wolochowski, and Tucker Stegmeier. In no particular order, representing your seniors so far in these classes, Class 1, Abby Stahlbaumer, Bailey Sutlick, and Isabel Ruda. Out of Class 2, J.C. Wolfinger, Jaylee Halstead, and Casey Meyer. Class 3, Sydney Allard, Avery Krause, and Rachel Smith. In Class 4, Baron Strope and J.C. Schronberger. And then out of Class 5, Lacey Schmidt, Spencer Wolochowski, and Tucker Stegmeier. These are coming back now for the semifinals.
Certainly want to commend the young exhibitors in this group. We've got some cattle that just haven't wanted to be the most pleasant to work with, and I'm sure they'll take them back to the barn and have a talk with them. But as the drive has worn on, they've done better and better. So I think that should give you hope that tomorrow this will be a good experience to have come today for that to go better. But let's put our hands together. I appreciate each and every one of them coming out for showmanship. Young man.
Coming back now out of Class 6 will include Karina Smirda and Addison Kraus. That is Class 6. Class 7 will be coming in the ring here momentarily. After Class 7, we will have the semifinals for our intermediate showmen in the Sullivan Show Ring.
Got a tough semifinal here. Again, I'm glad we were able to break this up and go through it. That way I don't sit there and struggle too much in the finals here. But, again, it's getting tougher. You kids are doing a great job. Probably these five, again, just some of the little things, and even Cattle working with them just a little better for the most part is what's separating them. But, again, let's give them all a big, big round of applause. Really good heat here.
All right, for the seniors coming back for the from the semifinals to the finals will be Tucker Stegmeier, Baron Strobe, Rachel Smith, Sydney Allard, and Casey Meyer. Now in the Weaver Show Ring will be class number 6 for our seniors. This will be class 6.
This is going to be the last group before we do a semi here, and another one that's very, very deep, a group that's doing an awesome job, just some cattle that have a varying degree of partnership with their owner out here. One of those things that more time in the ring I think will become of benefit, but certainly appreciate their effort out here. Young lady with the yellow heifer, if we would have done that the whole time, she looks awesome right there. So she's one that's very close on the cusp to making the cut, and that heifer just kind of wanted to fall apart on her, but an excellent group. Let's put our hands together for them.
Out of class 7 coming back for the semifinals include Bailey Hall and Braxton Hawkswell. Welcoming them back into the ring in the Sullivan Show Arena. Will be competing in the semifinals in no particular order. Brody Weezy, Colton Croker, Keisha Elber, Kira Bremer, Sarah Allard, Tristan Cisco, AJ Popskiffle, Cade Stratman, Conrad Kaminsky, Cooper Lindstrom, Haley Minnick, Karina Smirda, Addison Kraus, Bailey Hall, and Braxton Hawkswell. And again, Krista Gifford is our judge from Reedsburg, Wisconsin.
Back at it here with this heat again. A good heat, but probably just one of them over here that is just having the least amount of trouble, and maybe just making it look a little easier, maybe than what the contemporaries are within this heat as far as keeping that animal locked in and good. Everybody else is starting to have a little trouble with those heifers and steers, wanting to move around, not wanting to lock in as quickly, and that's the unfortunate part of showmanship. I know some of them are green broke and first time to town, and some of them just can have a bad day every now and then. But again, good heat of them here. We're going to bring this guy over here to my left back for our semifinal. Everybody else will excuse, but let's give them all a big round of applause.
Coming back for the next round of semifinals out of Class 6 will be Adam Elfs.
another good group here and a pleasant group to work through and work with. Again, it's hard to critique somebody else's kids, being a show dad myself, but again, you have to do it. Again, I appreciate the young ladies and how they've taken the criticism and still trying to show me that I'm wrong, and I like that. Keep doing that here. These two were just a little quicker to get in there, and probably kept them again locked in just a little smoother, a little more correct. Animals just worked with them a little better with amongst this heat. But let's give all five of them a round of applause. Really strong heat.
In Class 7, on our seniors coming back for the next round of semifinals, will be J.C. Schmidt along with Madison Hirschman.
This is just the initial cut on the first classes of intermediates, and wow, what a group of showmen. I'm not going to give anything away for those that have yet to come in the ring, but you guys should be extremely proud of yourself for making the final of this first few heats. Big round of applause. We're going to release those on the rail, and we'll have these guys back after we do the next group of semifinals. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Coming back for the final drive on our intermediates in the Sullivan Arena will be Colton Croker, Keisha Elber, Kira Bremer, Tristan Sisko, Cade Stratman, and Brayston Hawkswell.
You know, Susan, a lot of these boys and girls are showing some of their heifers and steers they bought here at the Classic, and so truly they're probably just starting to get a little acquainted.
I was going to say it's kind of like a meet and greet going on out in the ring. They may have had a chance maybe to walk them through last night a little bit, but for some of them, it's maybe one of the first times they've been seriously on the halter with them.
Yeah, and our hats off to them. They're getting signed up for our scholarship program and all of the different opportunities the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic has to offer them for the next year.
Well, speaking of scholarships, for folks that don't know, 13,000 plus is what you gave away earlier today.
We did. That was from kids that bought steers and heifers at last year's Classic, and so really a simple program to get signed up for. So moms and dads, make sure and give me a call next week if you didn't get any information today on how you can get in that program, and we'll get you signed up.
It's always easier to do it and get it taken care of, and at the same time they're going to have fun and do a whole learning process, because this isn't just a commitment of time here this weekend. This is stuff that you're going to have going on for these youth all summer long.
Ronette had mentioned that some of these cattle are just here for the first time with these exhibitors, and it certainly is a labor of love to get these cattle to work with you in that seamless partnership, and so you guys should be proud and commended for taking the effort to bring them out in showmanship, and I'm certain you'll be rewarded with that for their behavior tomorrow. Excellent group of showmen that we still have here along the rail. A big round of applause for their hard work.
Same thing can be said here over in our seniors here. Again, doing a nice job out here. Again, it's getting just a little harder every heat for me to get as picky as I'm having to be on some. But probably the main thing, like I told these, it was more so preference of how I like their particular animal set and where they getting the most out of them relative to what these three were doing with theirs there as well. So again, very, very strong heat of seniors. Let's give them a nice hand. We'll get along with our next one.
In the Sullivan Ring, which is the north ring of our intermediates, coming back from Class 8 to the next semifinals, Jalen Wolfinger and Aubrey High. We'll be bringing in Class 9 of the intermediates here momentarily. Now we go over to the Weaver Show Ring. And representing Class 8 will be Zach Anderson, Devin Benish, and Kira Meyer.
another good group of them here. And again, I think just maybe the little things is what I like about these three over here. And even though this heifer is giving her a little bit of a hard time, there's some things she does, I think, though, that allows her to be able to lock that one in. And so I guess I'm giving her a chance and going to bring her back here in our semifinal. But again, these three have done a nice job and shared with them maybe what I'd change about them there as well. But again, let's give all six of them nice hand. Very, very strong heat of seniors.
Over on the intermediates, made a quick poll for the young people over here toward the bleachers that did a very nice job, and then visited and gave some comments to the individuals left here. Again, several sale cattle out here that one of them, the young lady said, has only been broke for about a month, and then she just got her yesterday. So to come in the ring and take the effort to do that, give them a big hand for their hard work out here.
Results out of Class 9 of the intermediate showmen in our north ring. Justine Pope and Larry Dissner. And then over in our senior ring, Nicole Nichols, Sophie Krotowski, and Ava Tessendorf. In the Weaver Show Ring, this is Class 10. This is your last class of our senior showmen. They'll be going in for semifinals, and then we'll bring back the qualifiers from both semifinals to compete for our top senior showmen.
I think a very consistent group of showmen out here. I commend them as a group. These cattle are behaving very, very well for them. Just some little nitpicky things that I visited with in terms of their placement or just their body posture, but an excellent job they've done here. Let's put our hands together as they head back to their stall.
Congratulations out of Class 10, Nora Sonnenfeld, TJ Mueller, and Anna Fisher will be coming back for the semifinals. We have 3 classes left for our intermediate showmen. Class 11 will be coming in the ring here momentarily.
At least for me, this is probably our most difficult heat because I think our skill level is very, very good. And again, I know there's some heifers that maybe aren't acting ideal, but I guess what made a difference in these 4 is they got just a little more out of those animals as far as the faults and things I wanted to change and making them kind of show themselves off. I thought these 4 just had a notch of an edge over that as well. But I love the patience, especially these 2 young ladies back here. Those cattle aren't wanting to work at all, and they've stuck stuck with it and kept trying to get them there. Again, a really, really strong group. Probably my most difficult one to sort through to make it all make sense perfectly in my head. But I really commend all of these in this group. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Getting ready to head back in for the semifinals out of Class 10 for our seniors. That's coming out of the Weaver Show Ring will be Wyatt Porter, Abby Vales, Melina Lindstrom, and Miranda Rathel. And as they come into the ring, no particular order on this next round of semifinals for our seniors. Adam Mouse, J.C. Schmidt, Madison Hirschman, Zach Anderson, Devin Benish, Kira Meyer, Nicole Nichols, Sophie Krotowski, Ava Tessendorf, Wyatt Porter, Abby Vales, Melina Lindstrom, and Miranda Rathel.
Some exhibitors out here that their partner doesn't want to respect their space quite like they should, and so it becomes challenging for them and they want to get pushed around a little bit, but way to stay strong. And again, hopefully this experience will make tomorrow easier. I went ahead and pulled 3 of you very quickly, and we'll have them back for the next round. Appreciate all of your effort out here. Let's give them a big hand as they head back.
And your intermediates out of Class 11 coming back for the next round of semifinals. Ben Clement, Clara Johnson, and Cole Bruss.
I would certainly say as deep a group of showmen in this age division as we've had, and there's a couple of them that end up over on the side that still just do an excellent job. Just some little nitpicky things that I visited with them about. Hopefully we can improve on, but otherwise I think a very challenging group. End up with 3 over here. Congratulations to them. Let's recognize their efforts out here with a big round of applause.
Man, another good semifinal here, and again, gets picky. Very personal preference. I get to be a stickler on these seniors as far as I'm more concerned with you showing the flaws out of those animals and getting the most out of them, rather than you just staying still in one place the entire time. And so that what kind of became the factor here. I know some of these heifers aren't being the most sporty and the most sportsman with them, but boy, they're doing a nice job of still, once they get them stuck, getting the most out of them, really showing those animals off there as well. So again, let's give this whole semifinal heat a nice round of applause. They've been competitive. Good group of them.
Here's your results of Class 12 on our intermediate side. Coming back in the semifinals will be Garrett Scholes, Journey Reeson, and Kane Delatour. This is Class 13. This is our final class. Then we'll be doing our semifinals for the intermediates. And I'll get you the results of your semifinals on the senior side here in just a moment. In the ring now for our final drive in no particular order. Tucker Stegmeier, Baron Strope, Rachel Smith, Sydney Allard, Casey Meyer, Miranda Raythel, Melina Lindstrom, Abby Vales, Kira Meyer, Adam Elfs, and Devin Bennett. So really, Ronette, a great group of seniors coming in to compete in this final drive. And a final drive, I think, that has a little bit more emotion to it.
It is, and you know, what a great, outstanding set of seniors here going for their final drive. And as I mentioned before, our final drive in our senior showmanship. Senior showmanship is the Tyler Bennett Memorial Showmanship, and very honored joining me in the ring here today. We've got Tyler's family, and they're very instrumental in supporting the next generation of leaders, and the one thing they're extremely passionate about is showmanship. Showmanship was their son Tyler's favorite part of going to a cattle show, because essentially you get to show your skills, you get to show all the hard work you put into at home. And I know personally, you know, he'd be standing ringside at Showmanship at Nebraska State Fair or Exarban, or he even traveled to Angus Junior Nationals all across the nation, and he'd be cheering on his friends and reminding them to stay calm, cool, and collected. And you know, the one thing that the Bennett family is very much so, has the same passion the Cattlemen's Classic does, and that's investing in the next generation. And this is kind of a celebrating time because these guys are excited to keep doing neat things for the next generation and to reward other boys and girls that are passionate about showmanship. So I'm going to ask you guys, let's put our hands together for the Bennett family. They are donating this show box for the champion senior showman. They've got a cooler for the reserve showman. They sponsor the traveling trophy, and they do a lot of things for the judging contest too. And so it's truly my honor to work with them, and we'll look forward to doing neat things for years to come for the next generation of leaders in the beef industry. And it looks like they're going to have another generation hitting the ring pretty soon, so that's really going to be exciting. And like I say, it's an exciting time. We enjoy cherishing Tyler's memory and rewarding other kids that have the same passion that Tyler Bennett does. We're all smiles today, honey. We'll have the top 10 senior showmen will go to the backdrop with just your show stick. So top 10 senior showmen, make sure you go immediately to the backdrop. You'll get your pictures taken with the Bennett family, so we'll want the top 10 senior showmen to go to the backdrop. Make sure when you're at the backdrop, your banners will be at the backdrop. We're going to be respectful of all these calves that are pretty fresh in the show ring today. We don't want to scare anything. We've got some awesome banners, and Alicia will make sure they're at the backdrop as well to get in the pictures.
After 13 classes, it can get kind of repetitive in what I'm saying out here, but we're on either end of the spectrum. We've got kids that are very calm, cool, and collected, and that's a good thing, and then maybe just don't have that confidence or ability to kind of catch my attention and separate themselves from the pack. And then some of them that just, they need to spend more time with those cattle in the ring as they come out here. They get really antsy and they get challenging to show. But congratulations and thanks to each and every one of you for coming out from Showmanship. Let's reward them with a big round of applause.
And congratulations out of Class 13, McKenna Snodgrass and Trevor Koenig. We're going to be bringing in those kids from the intermediate classes 8 through 13 for the next round of semifinals. In no particular order, we welcome back to the show ring Aubrey High, Jalen Wolfinger, Justine Pope, Larry Deschner, Nora Sonnenfeld, TJ Mueller, Anna Fisher, Ben Clement, Clara Johnson, Cole Bruss, Garrett Schultz, Journey Reason, Kane Detlatour, and McKenna Snodgrass, along with Trevor Koenig. These are competing in your intermediate second round of semifinals.
Really an outstanding group of seniors that we have here. Again, my heart's beating just a little quicker. This is a good group of them. There's some just little things, minute things that we have here. Maybe just the way I like to probably set your animals, you two on the end. I changed something or two about there. Y'all get them just a little stretched at times. Same thing with you, young guy. Longer we're out here, she starts to creep those front legs kind of closer to you than I'd like her to. Young lady's got hers parked here backwards. Again, when she gets that one right, when that heifer finally cooperates, she probably does things as close as what I like them to as far as head, carriage, poise, posture, confidence. Heifer finally just doesn't cooperate enough with her for me personally to move her up higher. Same thing with you. You've done a nice job all day. It's just been very, very poised and confident and smooth. The longer we're out here, though, that heifer starts to fall asleep on you and creep her front legs forward, disrupts the look that we get out of her. Another one here that I think if you young guys are looking for somebody to study on patience, she's done a nice job of hanging with this heifer. If y'all remember earlier, this thing did not want to work and fight the system the entire time over there, but she has done a nice job of staying calm, staying cool, keeping her and getting her into it. Probably at times I wanted to see the front skeleton set just a little different for me personally. Same thing with this guy with the steer. Steer's easy to show. He just doesn't put up a whole lot of fight. We've done a lot of work with him, and I appreciate that. Probably for me at times he wants to get that all front leg set just a little far forward than I'd like him to. I like to square that up just a shade. Young lady here with the white heifer does an outstanding job. This is going to be really, really nitpicky because I love how smooth you are. I personally like you hold the head just a little different for me personally. I think you gave her almost a little too much lead, and she can kind of roll and throw her head a little more than I liked her to when she's walking. But boy, you talk about one that brings one together and does it well. I'll be real honest. When you came in your heat, I said the game's over because your look of confidence is like no other out here. Your heifer finally gave up on you. She just won't hang in there and rock with you. You did a lot of things extremely right again, and just didn't have a whole lot of flaws as far as your heifer not cooperating with you. And then we come down to these two. I don't know when the last time I had two guys finish first and second in a showmanship division. It's been a while, but I love just the demeanor in which you work with. Y'all both are very, very professional, and that's probably the thing I like the most. You're not showboating. You're just out here showing your cattle. Almost lose you in a way, and I think that's a good thing. I don't notice you. I notice the cattle that you're leading here, and again, there's just not a whole lot you two do wrong as far as foot placement, as far as getting them parked in there. Probably the only difference in the way I'm going to sort you two, one of you just has a little more commanding presence and confidence and look in your eye when I sit there and study the two of you as you get there and going. So really nice set of them here. Awesome opportunity. I'm glad we're honoring a great family here as well. Cowboy, you're going to be our champion here in our senior division. You're going to be second.
Congratulations to Tucker Stegmeier, again, our senior champion showman. Tucker, you'll have to get your new show box over there for the picture backdrop as well. And the top 10, just a reminder, we need you and your show sticks over to the banner as soon as possible. And thanks again to the Bennett family for what you have done for the senior showman today.
I end up with 7 of them to keep back for the final out here. And in my mind, I thought, well, I'd keep around 5. So that's a testament to how good a group this is. You all should be extremely proud of your efforts out here. Awesome group of showmen. Just little tiny nitpicky things that I visited with those on the rail for. We're going to have the 7 back in the middle of the ring. A round of applause as they head back to their stalls.
And congratulations to Jalen Wolfinger, Garrett Schultz, Justine Pope, Anna Fisher, Kane Delatour, Journey Reason, and McKenna Snodgrass. They are going to be coming back here momentarily for our intermediate finals. We are not wasting any time on the south side as we head back over to our Weaver show ring. This is Class 1 of your junior showman, Class 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're welcoming back to the ring your intermediate final drive showman. No particular order. Colton Crocker, Keisha Alberg, Kira Bremer, Tristan Sisko, Cade Stratman, Brayston Hawkswell, AJ Popskiskle, Jalen Wolfinger, Garrett Schultz, Justine Pope, Anna Fisher, Kane Delatour, Journey Reason, and McKenna Snodgrass. These are your intermediate top semifinals exhibitors heading into the final drive. And just a reminder, the top 10, you need to take your show sticks and go to the backdrop for a picture. And also to remind you, you'll receive your banners when you go to the backdrop.
juniors. It's going to get interesting as well. And I'll just go ahead and say I've got a 7-year-old, I've got an 11-year-old, and I've got a 13-year-old. So parents, I know what you're going through as we get out here and go through this. And again, there's some things that I think they probably should be able to do around this time. But then also, again, we throw this whole element of first time at a show, maybe showman and calf. And there's some things in ring dynamics they got to deal with as well. So again, just going through here, I thought these four did just either a little quicker job or a more precise job getting those feet and legs set on them. And that's what separates them from the other four. But let's give this first heat of juniors nice round of applause. We'll get if.
So juniors and junior parents, we'll do it that way. We don't want to scare the calves with the kids, but the juniors have a gift from Ronette and NCC. So we would like you to come back up after you've put your calf back, and Ronette has a gift for you. Congratulations out of Class 1. Coming back for the semifinals will be Brantley Wendt, Brooke Hansen, Chase Morgan, and LJ Wells.
I think the test of a truly good showman is the ability to kind of get in a calf's head and work really, really well together and seamlessly. And by seamlessly, I don't mean that that's the calf that stands and is just parked there. I mean the one that you do the most to get the most out of that calf in terms of their presentation, especially as we get them here to the side. I think those things become evident. I pulled some individuals and I went through and visited with each and every one of these guys, and they all did an awesome job to make your heat, and then the semifinal, then to come into the final is something you should be extremely proud of. All of them can show cattle well enough to win a cattle show. Nitpicky things as far as the way their partners want to work with them. If I'm pulling cattle from in front of you, filling that space in front of you, I'm an intense person, so just that sense of urgency at times, whereas under another judge, that laid backness could work to your advantage. So certainly don't change anything on my behalf, but I think they all did very well. I end up with 4 showmen over here that are just doing an excellent, excellent job, and I talked about that ability to get in one's head, and I think there's one out here that just does that so seamlessly. This heifer actually isn't the easiest to show because she's a little bit ornery in terms of the way she wants to get out and lead, but boy, she doesn't let on to that. Stays so calm, cool, and collected. Young lady with the Hereford is going to be your champion. Congratulations to her. Very nice job. From there, it gets really close between a pair of them that are pretty different in terms of their showmanship style. One of them is a little more intense, and the other one is just ultra, ultra laid back. I'm going to get just a shot nitpicky in the way that we hold that halter, and that's going to be the decision for me out here. I'm going to use the one that turns that hand over as we lead. I always say this to kids. You have so much more power and control. If I'm going to punch somebody, I'm going to do it this way. I am not going to punch them like this. So if we're leading and want to maintain control, turning that hand over, very nitpicky. Obviously still good enough to be third, but I'm going to go ahead and use the one that's just so calm, cool, and collected. Young lady right here is going to be the reserve. Congratulations. Then for third place, I said just tremendously intense, and I love that about the young man. He has that issue in terms of holding that halter, but if that's what works best for him, certainly don't want to change it on my behalf because he shows this one good enough to win. Young man right here is going to be third. Congratulations. To round out the top 4, young man, you're doing an excellent job as well. I feel like as the drive wears on, this one becomes more challenging to show. Getting a little bit easier in our top, so just continuing to wake this one up, but you've been so solid all day. Congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors as they head on out.
Congratulations to Kira Bremer. She is your grand champion in intermediate showman. Reserve is to Journey Reason. Third to Kate Stratman, and fourth to Kane Delatour. Just a reminder, if you just didn't hear run it over my shoulder, the top 10, we need you to get your animals put back in the pens, bring your sticks and yourselves over to the backdrop. You'll receive your banners over there, and we will get your picture taken. So the top 10 youth in the intermediate to come to the backdrop with your sticks and yourself. We're going to head now to the north side of the arena. This is your Sullivan Show Arena, and this is our Pee Wee Showman. This is Class 1 of Pee Wee Showman.
Another good heat here. Again, probably just fundamentals. I know this heifer's a little stubborn, but fundamentals, I thought these two, again, just gets them parked there and then gets their feet underneath them in the right way. Just had a little more problem. Maybe those heifers really cooperating with them, not wanting to cooperate as well, wanting to circle with them just a little much. But again, they've done a nice job. They're sticking it out. They're still working hard. Nobody's giving up. So let's give these kids a nice round of applause. Another awesome set of juniors.
From the Weaver Show Ring in Class 2, coming back for the semifinals, Vienna Sells and Wyatt Dunklow. And of course, just a reminder to our juniors, once you have put your animals away, there are some prizes for you. And that will go the same for our Pee Wee side as well.
I think it's awesome that we have this many peewees come out, and then there's 8 more in the next heat. So we've agreed that we're gonna pick a top 16, so you all get to come back again. I think every chance you get to come in the ring is very important. So we're gonna go ahead and excuse the whole group of you, let you go on out. Great job, and then we'll get to come back for another round again.
Entering the ring now in our Sullivan Arena will be our second class of Pee Wee exhibitors. This is class number 2.
Again, another good group in heat, and again, it breaks your heart the frustration some of them are going through, but they'll be better because of it. Learn how to get through it, maybe change a thing or two, and just keep after it. And I think, again, these 3, probably from the get-go, just kind of grab your attention just a little quicker, a little more poise there, probably about what they're doing there as well. So again, another strong group of juniors. Let's give them a nice hand and move on to our next one.
We'll get you the results momentarily out of class number 3, but entering the ring now is class 4 in our junior showman. Coming back for the semifinals after class number 6 will be Brinley Alber, Isabella Detwiller, and Brianna Brown.
Parents of the ones that we excused already, we're going to go ahead and just, while these guys are standing in the ring, bring the additional kids back in, and then we'll go ahead and place them all. You guys are doing an excellent job, so keep up the good work. We're going to bring out the next 8, and then we'll get you placed for top overall. Big round of applause for their efforts so far.
As our peewees are making their way back into the Sullivan Arena, I want to remind parents that we do have gift bags for them. They can pick them up after they've had the chance to put their animal away. We don't want to hand it to them while they're holding on to their steer or heifer. But then we want all the peewees, all of them, to take their show sticks and themselves and head to the banner for backdrop for a picture.
Another good group here. Again, 3 of them that probably just having a little easier time with those cattle locking in and working with them. Got a couple that maybe get them just a tick stretched out, and I thought the young guy on the end does a pretty nice job considering how she's acting. She's just not giving him much of a chance out here to really show what he does. But again, 6 of them, I think that all deserve a big round of applause, and let's give that to them.
Coming back out of Class 4 to our semifinals will include Kinsley Bremer, Lauren Johnson, and Tatum Dorsey. Bringing in Class 5, and again, semifinals will take place after Class 6.
When we started, I said I hoped I got the Pee-wees. I think that's what I said to Brandon. I'm going to take that back now. And I think this was probably the most challenging thing I've had to do all day was align these kids. I think they've all done an excellent job, and to get out here and with the difference in their weight, to be able to control them and get them lined up is challenging. The more times you guys come in the ring, the easier this will become. And this is probably more to the older exhibitors and parents ringside, and that is if you've ever read the book Freakonomics, there's some very interesting things in there from a statistical standpoint about why most professional hockey players are born in the same age month. And that's because it's the first age month that becomes eligible to play, so they spent more time doing it. And so that holds true in showmanship and being good at this craft. The more times we step into the ring, the easier this does become. So this is the future of your showman. Challenging to have to place them 1 through 10, and that's what I have over here. Young lady with the Hereford, then the Charlet, and then the Black Heifer. That is your top 3 showmen. Excellent, excellent job. And then on down. And then you guys will all be honorable mention in no particular order. So when we go to the backdrop, we're going to take you all over there for a picture with your goodies. You guys will just kind of scatter in after the 10 of them, okay? But excellent, excellent job to each and every one of them. Another big round of applause as they head back for the night.
So again, just a reminder to the our Pee Wee showmen, you will put your animals back, and then you will get your gift bag, bring your show stick and yourself over to the backdrop. Congratulations.
Another good set of them here. And again, for me, these three were probably just a little more point on, especially on the get-go on this one, as far as getting them locked in here. But these two did a nice job as well. These heifers weren't the easiest to handle out here. They did a nice job of hanging in there, and I hope our casualty over there is all right. Got her foot stepped on, looks like. But fun, exciting heat. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause. We'll get on with our semifinal.
Entering the ring now will be your Class 6. After this one, we'll be making our semifinals selection. Coming back for the semifinals out of Class 5 is Ariana Nickel. And Addison Dalrymple. Your results of the Pee Wee Showmanship, your grand was to Asley Beach, reserve is to Bevan Brecci, and your third is to Willow Hartwell.
Another good group, and again, maybe some differences. These two with the steers up front, y'all probably have a tendency just to get those a little stretched out for me, and just to be a little more consistent in our leg placement. Same thing goes for you. There's times you get her and she looks awesome, and there's times you probably let her camp out just a little wide up front. Want to be more consistent on her. And these two at the end of our line down here, again, I think they're hanging in there, doing a nice job. Those heifers are just giving up on them, not wanting to lock in and stay as cooperative as you'd like them to relative to the three we're going to end up advancing here to the semifinal. But again, let's give all these kids in this group, all 8 of them, a big round of applause. Good set of juniors.
These are classes 1 through 6 coming in for the semifinals on our juniors in the Weaver Show Ring. Brandon Callis is our judge this evening from Oklahoma.
I apologize to the exhibitors and folks for the confusion. I guess I pulled too many. I thought y'all were doing a pretty good job, but trying to use a little common sense as well. For me, these 7 here stuck out from the get-go. Probably could have made it easy and just kept those 7 right away, but wanted to give folks a chance to work and maybe earn a spot here. But I think these 7 do a nice job, and we're crowded in here, and nothing taken away from you youngsters that won't come back here. I'd say keep working. Obviously, you did good enough to make it to the semifinals, so you're doing a lot of things right. But these folks right here probably just a little more poised. Those cattle probably just a little more correct in terms of feet and leg placement at this stage in the game there as well. So let's give all of them in this semifinal a nice round of applause.
We'll get you the list in just a moment of our semifinals for our junior showmen. And we'll get ready to welcome class number 7 into the ring. To help with the flow, we are going to exit from the rest of the shows through the ring that was utilized by the juniors. So we'll be exiting through the north ring. In the ring now is class number 7. This is class 7 of 12. If there's somebody that is missing a pair of readers that they left hanging on the fence, we have them up here at the announcer stand.
another good heat here as we continue on with our juniors. And again, too, probably just a little smoother. They just get there a little quicker maybe than what their contemporaries did over here in a little more correct fashion. And got a couple who, again, their cattle aren't wanting to work the best with them out here as well. So again, give these kids a nice round of applause. Another good set of juniors.
Just a reminder to the adults that are with the youth in our junior showmanship, we are going to be exiting out through the out through the north ring. So they're going to come into the ring, but they are going to exit through the other show ring just for traffic ease. Coming into the ring now will be Class 8. This is Class 8. Here's your results at Class 7. Kinsley White and Michael Coulterman will be coming in for the second round of semifinals. And again, if anybody is missing a set of cheaters, they are up here at the announcer's stand. We had a set of glasses turned in that were hanging on the fence.
Another good heat here, and we could justify keeping one or two more, but we've got the lone survivor here. She kind of came in and planted and took control of the heat and kind of left it that way. And I think others have done a nice job just taking those cattle a little longer to kind of get locked in and finally respond. Maybe some feet and leg placement things that I do differently there as well. But again, another strong heat here. Congratulations to her for making it out of it. But let's give all of them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Shay Pospisil from class number 8. Yep, you're going to exit this way through the empty show ring. We'll be bringing in now class number 9.
Must be feeding time. They're feeling pretty good out here, and so I'm going to end the pain for you boys, and we're going to get this heat over with here. But young lady up front's going to come back and represent this heat. She's done a nice job out here. Again, just her and the calf are kind of clicking. They're there doing it like they need to, and I think there's some skill level here. I think some of these guys here still, again, I think there's some little things they do right. Just hard to give them a fair shake out here. Their animals aren't wanting to cooperate as well. They're getting a little tired and cranky on them, and so we're going to let them go. We're going to bring the young lady with the white calf back, but let's give them a big round of applause. Another good heat.
And congratulations. Well, representing Class 9 for the semifinals will be Ella Sonnenberg. Getting ready to enter the ring now is Class 10. This will be Class 10 of 12.
Another really good heat of juniors and two young ones here that, again, from the get-go, just have maybe a different look, a confidence and posture about them. And then when they get them set, they're probably just a little quicker at getting those cattle collected and getting them there standing in the proper way. These three have also done a very, very nice job. Again, maybe just had them a little stretched or a little off-kilter in terms of feet and leg placement. Let's give all five of these a nice round of applause. Another good heat.
Out of Class 10, congratulations to Hadley Hartman and Caitlin Bruss. Moving on now to Class 11 of 12. Following Class 12, we will bring him back in for another round of semifinals and then make our overall selection. And we still have that set of eyeglasses that are up here that were found on the fence. If you are missing a pair of your readers, they've been brought to the announcer stand. And don't forget, juniors, when you are done and have put your animals away, they do have some prizes for you up here at the announcer's stand, just to the left of where I'm sitting. So make sure you stop by to pick up your gift.
Another pretty good heat, and we could justify again keeping a few more, but if you kept one, you almost got to keep three more out of this particular group. And I thought she did a good enough job to kind of make it a little harder on everybody else, to be honest. Just had a little more trouble getting those heifers and steers just to lock in and cooperate with them and get there a little quicker for me. But again, very, very good group here. Again, she did a nice job. Let's give all of them a nice round of applause.
Representing Class 11 in the semifinal heat will be Annalyn Beach. We've got one class left, Class 12 of our junior showmen. They'll be coming in here to the Weaver Show Ring. After that, we will bring back our 6 classes for the semifinals.
here in this last class. I think here, again, a good set of them, a little worked up, 2 or 3 of them there to probably make things just a little more interesting. Told the young guy with the one that was up front there, he does a nice job. Just got to wake that calf up every now and then here. And again, we're going to bring these 3 back. I think these, again, did the best job of getting feet and legs and posture right on those cattle. Those cattle got a little worked up from the other 3 here, so we'll bring them back here within our semifinal. But let's give all of them here a nice round of applause. Good set of them.
Coming back for the semifinals out of Class 12, Natalia Schultz, Naya Ruda, and Alea Beach. Welcome them back into the ring. These are your semifinals, part 2.
Well, our showmen are all doing an outstanding job. We got a couple things yet tonight. When we're done selecting our champion and top 10 junior showmen, we'll let them get regrouped here. We'll move the center of the ring out, and we'll have all of our classic heifers. So if you purchased a heifer at the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic, you will make your way over to the makeup area by the picture backdrop, get lined up. We'll have a little fun. We'll break you into some classes, and we'll be selecting our Supreme Classic Heifer and Reserve Classic Heifer. But we have something for everyone that comes back for the Classic Heifer contest. Plus, Aurora Cooperative will be presenting their show boxes tonight.
here in this last semifinal. Again, good set of them here. The one here up front, that one's just, I think she's done. She's done a nice job trying to keep that one together, but I think she says it's time to go. I admire what this young lady's done as far as her poise and calm, and she's kept some patience with that heifer. She still maybe doesn't hit it quite as good as what these did in terms of ease, getting her there. This young lady here did a little better when we came back out here in the semifinal. For me, though, at times you probably get those front legs off just a little more than I'd like her to as well, but very, very smooth. Her calf's starting to give out on her. He's tired. He's wanting to stretch out and not keep himself together. Young guy with the Hereford does a pretty good job. I want to see him just a little more attentive, a little more eye of the tiger, if you will, out here amongst the young ladies he's competing against out here. So we'll bring these back with the rest of them from the other semifinal. But let's give all these kids in this semifinal that made it out here a nice round of applause.
Coming back to the Weavers show ring and our junior finals. No particular order as they enter the ring. Jared Hansen, Eva Brown, Brenly Alber, Brianna Brown, Kinsley Bremer, Tatum Dorsey, Annalyn Beach, Hadley Hartman, Kinsley White, Shay Pospisil, and Caitlin Bruss. Just a quick reminder to what will be our top 10 junior showmen. Upon completion, if you can pass off your animal to somebody, we're going to have you take your sticks and go over to the backdrop where they'll be taking a photo. You'll get your prizes and your banner over at the backdrop. Again, that's for the top 10.
Really a good way to close our showmanship out. And this is just as tough, if not tougher, than the seniors. through here. Again, several of you have done a very, very nice job. Maybe finally got to that point where you didn't have quite enough endurance, you or your calf, to kind of keep it together all the way through. But again, it was tough to get into these top 5 or 6. I thought they all did an awesome, awesome job all the way through. There were some things maybe you did in heat that came back to mind once we came back out here that maybe got some of you picked off and placed there. But again, done a nice job. These two here from the get-go just don't do a whole lot wrong. Those cattle work well with them. They've just got a little different presence and confidence, but yet they're different in what they do. The young lady with the silver heifer here, again, does a nice job. She's more the smiling type. She's more the one out here you can tell she's really, really enjoying it and soaking it in. And again, I think her and the heifer just do things very, very well together. The heifer works really well with her, whereas the young lady at the front of the line, it's all business with her. She's out here to get this done, gets that heifer set and parked. And even though that heifer hadn't always been perfect to show, where she probably won me over is within heat. That curtain moved over there, and a lot of kids would have let that heifer go. She had presence of mind to get in front of that heifer, anticipate a move that I've seen a ton of them dumped when they do that, and she wasn't about to have it. And she kept it together and just got better from there forth. And I like that business mindset. I like the toughness. Young lady at the front of the line is going to be our champion here within this junior division. Young lady with the silver heifer will be second. But let's give all of them a big round of applause. Outstanding job.
She was the one we were missing. She was from class 2. Right here.
Oh, that's what I don't know. Thank you. Just a reminder to those top 10 juniors, we need you to take your show stick and go to the backdrop. If you want to pass off your animal to an adult, that would be great. Congratulations to Hadley Hartman. She is your champion junior showman and reserve, went to Vienna. Sells, again, congratulations to all our juniors who participated. We're going to take a quick moment to get things put together, and we're going to jump right into the next show.